I am confident that even the deadliest of Alagon defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have accomplishments to their name, as many accomplishments to their name as a certain word of light. No. Time and again, it seems the Alagon something or other are either the cause of or solution to our problems. Yeah, tell me about it. Do you think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to ferry mankind to the moon? There's a poetry in that. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. Firewood. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the seventh umbral calamity would be keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis watches over us from the Ethereal Sea. First the Telephroi, and now the final days. No one can accuse the ill-supported contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't so all committed to the cause when we first set out, but after seeing the example set by you, Alphino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't get my hopes up just yet. Oh my god, this music. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Elsipard contingent. In many ways, it was even more loosely co-organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse this call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. And a terrible dad. It's times like these I'm reminded how famous, or infamous, Alphino's become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth trying. We're not going to Eureka! We're not going to Eureka. No! I'll have you know, my popsicle stick... Whoa. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah...
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
Interesting use of the Coils music, by the way. And, consequently, we're really going for those bookends, aren't we?
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of all, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Lilirito doesn't salute. Meanwhile, in Gridania, we must petition the elements for aid. Oh, they said no. Okay. Well, whatever.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiencies so plain to see.
No comment.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I'm thinking a group of 1 DPS and 3 healers. Let's do it!
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
I mean, it helps that all the coil music is also a take on Answers, which is clearly Heidelin's, Vanah's thing. And again, we're really bookending all the way back to 1.0. Or more accurately, 1.2, whatever.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Speaking of never forgetting. And we never have we? We haven't shut up about it since Evansward.
That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, so listen, the world's ending.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Labyrinthos himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this
Aren't
is.
you off becoming a... I forget what they called it.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Auspice, that's what they called it. How many... Oh, no, I already read that. No new. Nothing new. No job too small. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? We've done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows something about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and the matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Garaha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations of the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond carrying our terms of the arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for any eventuality. This will also be an opportune time to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs. How about we go talk to Mapping Way? And start, tasking them to map a route to the end of the universe. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholar types busying themselves. Ah! That lot needs all the help they can get. Yeah, we got rid of the regular Labyrinthos music. Thank God. Alright. Oh! So I had the kebab. And there in the doing, I decided to try something. So they came with some tzatziki, of course. And it was different than any tzatziki I have ever seen. It was more liquidy. Most I have has more of a consistency of like yogurt or sour cream. So it's very liquid. I'm like, okay, that's confusing, but okay. So I vowed to go ahead and try it. So I went ahead and tried it a little bit. And I was like, all right, well, it certainly tastes like cucumber. And it took a few moments for me to notice because I have an extraordinarily high spice tolerance. It was actually spiced. Like, it was actually spicy. Which I've never tasted in tzatziki before. It was actually legitimately good. Not exactly something I would seek out every day, but it worked quite well. I was dipping the kebab in it. And I will admit, this song on its own is going to grate on me, I guarantee, after a certain period of time. Give me a moment to think on that. It's a good song, but misapplication of a song is, well, let's just say it's a problem that several Square games have. I love curry, yes. Curry is the best food. In fact, when I take over the world, everyone will be forced to eat nothing but curry every day. And carrots. Yeah, no, the loop is entirely too short for something like this. Anything in here that would be copy-wronged? Doesn't look like it. That might be a good soundtrack. Or playlist, excuse me. I literally just answered that, Micromono. It was good. It was good. I was also mixing the rice with the hummus they came with. It's a good combo. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlian society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it became known as the Charlian Hamlet. It's already looped since I complained about it looping too quick. What a quaint little settlement this is. A shame it's hidden underground. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as a wave a sheaf of documents at me, and I'll put my lance through it. Probably the Vulcan, Zach Taft. He might be an asshole, but he won't kill me for it. As surprised as I was to learn the forum plan to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. I actually don't like sweet curry. If there's no spice, it doesn't work for me. Do my senses deceive me in the shadow of yon corner? One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. So, I'm just gonna pull that trigger now. And put this on random, and hopefully this will be to your liking. What I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of the fresh inspiration. Let's start by asking around. We'll meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. I actually have several, Alex. I just have to verify. Oh, that's a sudden bundle of quests. Me too, Rex. That's just such a godsend. I'm not actually joking. I'm never going to listen to that other song again. I'm just going to nuke it every time I hear it. Yep, that song is actually called The Final Days, because it's what drove me to despair. And I'm the most powerful thing walking around this setting right now, so... hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Yeah, where's our Charlene housing? God, work more! Stop being so lazy, FF14 devs. Go. We're going to the Etherburner. Oh, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tireless, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough plate on enough on their plate as is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Jackass and the others. Hardly a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? They only have time to Archon loaf. Helping with the Ark. Even all the power of Master Kokel's managed to squeeze out of the Etherburn, it's not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant. If only we'd begun sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan. All will be well. Offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the documents myself. It's mostly a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever planet we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions. I'll be busier when we depart. I hear our lunar collaborators have come down to assist. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, having communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I hope they're not enormous looming giants. I would much prefer there's something small and fluffy, like that rabbit that ran by just now. Well, funny you mention that. Well, thank you, Cordoon. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if the rest of the songs will be similarly appropriate, but we'll see. I left it on random. Although maybe I should just go down the list on this bundle. Might not be a bad idea. I'll think about it. marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear what I've learned since our fascinating discussion at the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Yeah, tell me about it. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the whole thing your kind enjoys, I'll make enough to last the whole journey. Urianger. Crikey, wasn't expecting to see you here, Lore. Sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for having the other Loporrits attack you. Terrible misunderstanding, that. Not to worry, though, as you have all recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, maybe a little on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Mostly. It would appear the Loporrits have infiltrated Charlane's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not. Yeah. Who knows how an extraordinarily technologically advanced species could effortlessly bypass someone's security. See, I know it. I knew it. Yep. These other songs aren't going to work. Hang on. I chose this playlist for a reason, but I think we're going to go with something else, actually. We'll start here. Fancy meeting you here, Lore. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny-tiny toy boat, which is quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. We're really interested in Aetheris itself, though now we find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all this time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll have to show ourselves around. At least that's what we were planning to do until we had a chance to cross Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging us in idle chit-chat, maybe you could show us a few finer points of interest. Won't that be fun? When does this song end, by the way? The one that's playing that I've muted right now? It plays until 6.5. Ah! You get Mega Man music now, so y'all can just live with that, apparently. Tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet most prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the Bestways burrow, it would be in our best interest to have Loporrits acquaint themselves with the conditions deemed optimal by their Charlean collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance on my limited knowledge would be risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! We'll begin with a great big what's it over yonder. Okay. The what's it. I'll leave its explanation to Lore. Me? Sure. Run! Run! Sorry. My word, what magnificent architecture, such immaculate curvature! I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unturned. That's a little loud. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way's specialities, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I am sure will be most informative. It's not very interesting, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, kitchens. That reminds me, Pudding Way, our newly appointed Chief of Pudding Research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of Aetheris's ultimate sweet treat. Provided it's a pudding, that's all he ever talks about. Have you seen him? Yes. I mean, this is FF7 music, but sure, we'll go with FF4. The Loporrit's technical expertise far outstrips our own. it would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparati, rather than form uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Charlian whatsits. Goodness me. To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to the most important features. Sure. A little hard to see from here. There's a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks. And there's another window at the bottom. Ah, you're purifying water for drawn up from below. Yep, no. Put that together immediately. These look like trees at the greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big in the round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they stole the water. Oh no, this is getting a negative. Without question. That's bad design. And we have long-standing precedent for giving negatives to times when a song that has a short loop is played over an extended period of time. Yeah, that goes back a ways. Is that water I hear from inside that great tube? It must be because of those cogs, the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, that's how they drop the water. Got it. I'll just loop it. I don't mind. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably the other mechanism, is purified here and stored in the tower before distributed elsewhere. Actually, there's a setting to make it the music always play a Cat Viper, which I highly recommend anybody playing WoW to have that setting on. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it'll only take us a few moments to install, even in the harshest of environments. For us, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Ethereal sometimes make their homes in arid deserts. How are they able to survive? Let's talk about oases. Yeah, right now there's one negative that is 100% guaranteed on the gameplay axis for misapplication of looping music. Everything else I'm debating right now. So wherever you choose to live, you're not far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it appears they are far more reliant on it than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average weight of consumption per individual. Everyone take a drink. Hydration bot here. Hydration way. It may also be worth learning about how exactly they obtained their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of machinery responsible for that feat during our journey to the Logiston, did he not? Yeah. Let's go look at it. I don't know, Zero. I think you're just crazy. This music doesn't exist. There we go. A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth. Aren't those just rabbits? Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, loppers may appear a potential and a rather appetizing source of sustenance. I think they taste like marshmallows. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage? Sure. More valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. All the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. I mean, you know. Hermes was fine. I'm feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go take a look? Ah, it's fine. Man, I feel really stuffed. They had, not naan, pita bread, which I ate, along with rice, which I ate. So I feel rather bloated right now. There are non-spicy Indian foods, but spice warning, Brig. Yeah, speaking of WoW, what this water extraction Watson is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. If you insist. Who wouldn't want to be burnt to a crisp, honestly? Is there a giant tower? There's a giant wall in my way. And I can't fly no matter what at this point in time. Like, there's no way I would have flying at this point in the quest. The final boss is just straight up Ragnaros. Okay, I'm sorry. That's amusing for a lot of reasons. I won't geek you out with the WoW-related ones, but here's the thing that really caught me about that. What if, like, this would literally never happen, but like, what if FF14 and WoW were like, you know what? We don't like, let's work together. Let's make this happen. And the next FF14 crossover is actually WoW. That was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly we're planning to head back later? Let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. I mean, I think we could trust the FF14 devs to treat WoW with the reverence and respect it deserves. Just saying. Oh, you've done well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I couldn't help but notice a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of a sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's actually worse, Rax! Medion's like, listen, I've been behind everything the whole series. Now begin the end of eternity. I mean, if you think about it, Medion does fill the same narrative role as the jailer. And I mean that. She's the behind it all along. Okay, that's not quite accurate, but it's a similar position. Everything in the entire game happened because of her. Or because of Hermes, but whatever. Yeah, only in a good way. Like I said, you can do the jailer archetype correctly. They just didn't. Friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth light the lift top. Pray, follow me. Okay. Zemus is actually probably a better comparison. Especially since, you know, the whole didn't start off evil, warped by catastrophe, yada yada yada. terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant than what's name, Garlemald. As a first impression of Atheris, it was far from favorable. Anyways, onward and upwards, quite literally. Forgive me for asking, are we closer to the kitchens? And I think, why am I here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground spaces like this. Whoop! Final boss time! Hold up. Rewind. That's... No, it's a... analysis, Valvedrix. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic or science rather takes place. Perfect environment to sustain life. Artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're very lucky Atheris happens to provide everything you need to survive. Or did mankind turn out the way because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, nothing short of miraculous. I can't wait to see more. Heal. But yeah, some of the pieces we do know about Zemus and the Lunarians in general is they used to be on this one planet. That planet got smashed. That's the asteroid belt. And as a direct consequence of that planet getting smashed, this looks familiar. They had to make an artificial moon to get the hell out of Dodge. And when they did so, several people were left awake to caretake and run the ship. And they kind of diverged a little bit in opinions. We know where Cluya went, we know where Fusoya went, and we know where Zemus went. And so yeah, Zemus was like, okay, this is stupid, let's just settle this planet and take it over. We're advanced, we're Cardassians, right? Fusoya was the neutral party there, he was just, I'm just going to sit here and chill. And of course, Cluya was the good one, I'm going to go down and help uplift them, work with them. I mean, even that's not what I would call accurate, Cashel, but again, I am being facetious. It's all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more of your nourishment provision facilities. Where's the food? Yeah, I was kind of calling that in comparison to... There's Fabul. No, hang on. What's good for this area? Here we go. I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at the Art Agronomics. I'm gonna start reading all these out loud. They're cute and all, but can we get on with this? Mizidia. All of this is the FF4 Pixel Remaster soundtrack. I mean, I've said it before. Filler is not necessarily bad. Adding is bad. Not that I bring that up for any particular reason right now. Exactly, Ken Viper. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in your compendium. I'd dearly love to try some. But I read those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask if they could part with a few samples. Yeah, sure. Yeah, new song for him. Perfect song for Cooking Way. I'm joking, I'm joking. Hello? Hello? That'll do. Ah, what a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we got to do down here, up there, first on the moon, and then whatever planet we decide to become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environments. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, it's not what you came to talk about, is it? Hang on. I need to test something. It's still playing. It's been, like, 30 minutes. Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We simply wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated. Where to begin? That's a good question. Are these grapes? Grapes! Grapes. Yes, behold! There we go. Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. Oh, so sweet and so sour. The taste is like a ripe philosopher's carrot, yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. I think I'll try another. Well, it certainly gives me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. I mean, we are a Zem, so... yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile, too. Something about stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. You know, Zira's eating the grapes, too. Stop eating the grapes, Zira! Whap! Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. I actually don't know the answer to that question. In English. Equal parts sweet and sour. As with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I might have to consult Urian J about expanding my vocabulary. I simply can't find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. And each individual with their own personal preferences. Yeah, cooking is one of the most interesting sciences, let me tell you. Now, I see why you turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous that they still are, in my estimation. Let no one say that I said it otherwise. But, speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Yeah, I need to get to Zero Way, apparently. You know what, actually, I think a playlist will work. FF4 music's nice and all, but forgive my indulgence. Where is it? There it is. Let's put that on random. There we go. That color. That texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Those are pumpkins, I do believe. Ugh, that's so hard and flavorless. Might as well be chewing a piece of wood. That obviously confirms it. They're nothing more than misbegotten failures, masquerading as goodly carrots. That's true. We haven't done the Doom music test. Stop. Can't you see these are my pumpkins? And no one with sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. I agree with that. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, is there anything even more delicious? What are these? What are these? Are these apples? I'm not sure what those are. So, bites into it. My tongue! Is this poison? Oh, there she is. These are lemons, aren't they? A lemon? It's supposed to take like this? My niece, when she was very young, would just take lemons and eat them. Just straight. She loved them. I had to limit how much she could have because, you know, eventually you will start hurting your tongue. How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. Got some ginger. As such, I best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Hang on. Let's try a watermelon. Oh, this is terrible! No. Get to the inside. Get to the inside. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I rather numbered the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin. Although I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon! The deceiver! I feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to live with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you a lemon muffin. It doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Trust us. Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, came up with it, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. Yeah, here's a cactus. Oh, this should be good. Ah! Oh, hang on. This is delicious. Although I can detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be used so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. And the same is true for many other ingredients. Again, for me, cooking is all about matching what to what. I know it's such a simplistic way to put it, but that's how my mind tends to think. When I'm like, all right, maybe I should put this with this and this and this, and this might work with this, and so forth and so on. Speaking of which, cherries and Oreos. You're welcome. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what might be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Oh, that's cool on Earth. Yeah, Cheerios. Not to be confused with Cheerios. Mankind and the Loporits were both born from accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fate of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirement for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is unattainable. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. We do not, Reggie. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quests, and all too often become architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. I'm going to count this as another instance. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make most of it. All of them Triexia. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Like 4 racks? I'm joking, I only did 1, but still. Pardon my Eorzean, but what the 7 hell's you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to prepare for the trip to the moon. Hey, and once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops, too. We will work together to preserve as many of Ethereus' species as possible, if you're up for the challenge. Yeah, you notice I picked up on that immediately, Lunarith. It's like, wait. Well, this has been highly productive, probably. Let's go see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Hang on. I have to do my due diligence. So let me get something ready. Nope. The recurring theme of this particular expansion is idealism versus nihilism. Originally, it was being, frankly, shoved into conversations in a rather unnatural and unwieldy way. It has since been done a little bit more properly, but I'm still keeping track of how often it comes up, just for fun. Over here. Is there a combat in any of this stuff? Another combat? We've already had one. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a combat-heavy section, but it feels like there could be like one more encounter, maybe. We'll see. Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about rain making whatsits yet? Where have you in Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in the pursuit of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. Yeah, let's introduce you to Lemon Muffin. And not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge for good once we return to the moon. It is my duty to make sure your journey is as comfortable as possible. There's no telling how long it'll be. 100 years, 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000. A 5,000-year journey. By Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know any other places famed for their cuisine? Oh, do I? But I'm gonna... Ooh, so we could go with Limsa Laminsa, which is the Culinarians Guild, or Oodles of Noodles. Oodles of Noodles. Yes. Near as I can tell, the moon rabbits do not age, Harian. So I suppose the answer to your question would be yes. I want to go to Limsa just because I am a max level culinarian, so I'm kind of curious. With that, I had time to visit. The more I learned of Atheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Well, if we could get this ship going and mapping... Where is Mapping Way? Alas, Heideland's orders were to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Ding, by the way. Or recent ding, sorry. What did I get? 89. How did I get it? Oh, I don't get anything at odd levels. But soon I will have double down. Which I'm not sure where I'm going to put that in my bar yet. Oh, no, I already put it in my bar. That's right. Lore, I trust thy time at Merrill Argonomics did bear fruit. Our own effort, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let's return to the Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every law operate here, should further questions within my power to answer arise. And we do know they actually do have stasis chambers. They themselves sit in them. So, it is within the realm of speculation that they intend to freeze us and then go there. In fact, we already know from previous evidence that they pop out every century or two or whatever to do a periodic inspection, right? So, it is within the realm of reason that they would, you know, everyone down for stasis for a century, pop up, make sure we're on course, make sure no xenomorph eggs are on the planet, or on the ship, and back down, you know? It's like barnacles on a ship. You just gotta get those xenomorph eggs off. Just get... Why did I not ask Jebkate how to make carrot muffins? Which are a real thing. We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. It was ever so delightful. And with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environs to your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature of sailing for being so lacking in fur. I mean, yeah. Oh, God. They pop out in 4 centuries. The whole ship is just blasphemies, and it's like, oh, okay. Oh, no, there's nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I just want to hear, feel, and think as much as possible while I'm here. What's that look for? What did I say? Nothing. The Labyrinthos want for activity and its stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. Sigh. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that Omega Legion. Especially relevant depending on how it connects with the Ethereal Sea interstellarly, for lack of a better way to put it. Because we know, like, to use FF7 as an example, there's a local live stream and there's an intergalactic live stream as well. Excuse me, intragalactic live stream. And the two connect at points, but for the most part they're distinct. So, to use the comparison, if we left FF7 and the FF7 planet was left behind, all the people in that live stream would be abandoned behind. They would stay there, so... Midgar Sormer would wake up and be like, what the crap? I saw reconstructed environment data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha. That's why. A forest. So lovely and leafy. Are all your forests like that? You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. Gasp. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes to no surprise you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume the moon was something worth being proud of. Whoa, 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 whoa. You have done an amazing feat, and may actually be the key to our success while we're on the subject. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Again, chillax. Not at all, thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Dadcrid. Hey, go. I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruptions here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored you would think me so capable. I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed through some moping in the Western Plaza. It looks like in need of a helping paw. I mean, we already said this. The Labyrinthos would be really good morale boosters / despair shields. So. Nope. I'm gonna turn that right off. Oh my god, it's Thancred's secret daughter! I knew it all along. Morale way. Listen, if you turn, I'll kill you instantly. So be happy, okay? Can I help you? Yeah, just stop being sad already. God. Is it you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. These little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, built with peerless Allegon technology. It's all true, but... I know none of it's a guarantee. We've never launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the Great Expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if it fails, what can we do? If it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Etherbird's design was flawless too. Look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with the most daunting technology, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. I don't know about that, but alright. Maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship design you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to deploy gravity, a spatiotemporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if anyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as he left the star? Yes. Gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of the one great cosmos rather than separate places. Well, but how do we do... Well, maybe we should... Well, maybe we should... I don't know if we should... I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale is true, still others would benefit from the insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Labyrinths to attend to them? An excellent idea, if I say so myself. There's naught we'd like to do more than ease the hearts of the fine people of Ethereal, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions, bring them hither. Law, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Find some. Okay, God! I do look forward to that. A place for every Loppert and every Loppert in their place. Oh God! Oh God! Oh, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Okay, real quick question for the audience. Legitimate question. How many of you would roll or Fantasia into a Lopperet if given an opportunity to do so? Oh my God, that is a huge... Oh my God, that's a huge area. Holy shkamoli. I will freely admit I would not. So this is the other negative. I can tell just by the look of it. I have to talk to 8 people in a huge area with no guidance. Like, we've seen quests like these before. I've given negatives for quests like these before. Not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a break, but I found myself unable to relax, so I went on a walk and noticed these weeds, and... It's okay, it's okay. Just pleasant conversation partners and fuzzy? Goodness me, that sounds a way better way to relax. Okay. Well, I already hate this quest. God, the search range is huge. Like, there could be someone on the other side of that wall. In fact, I'm gonna go check that, just to be sure. Nope, nothing there. Yeah, again, this is without a question a negative to gameplay. This is, again, we've seen this quest design before. This is not good design. Rax has guided me to my doom! And literally nothing, actually. Oh, and just to compound this, I know I've talked about this a lot, but things like this are another reason why I tend to dislike not having flight, or fast move speed, for stuff like this. 3 negatives. You know what? Hang on. this is a good time to do the Doom test. It's the most difficult challenge we've ever faced in this game. Tree got in the way. Yep. Yeah. Doesn't even count. That is bad game design. I'm not going to read these out loud. Yeah, this. What's funny is, if you've been paying attention, the gameplay aspect of quests has actually improved overall in Endwalker. It's admittedly a small improvement, if we're being completely blunt, but it is still an improvement. And then we run into this. There, I won't force people to listen to Doom music anymore. Instead, we'll listen to no music at all. You know, the irony is I kind of agree with you, Kata. It wouldn't change the review at all, because a bad quest is a bad quest, even in a bad game. But I will admit, from a purely non-review, subjective perspective, this feels like a smack in the face after the general increase in quality. And it's just, hey, we've introduced more bosses and more personalized encounters, and, you know, more clever usages of mechanics, like teleporting to your spot to get rid of padding, and... you know, we've got the different kind of mechanisms for quests, we've got the follow people around quests, and, oh, by the way, screw you. Oh my god. We gotta get the padding in somewhere. You know what, here, this is actually probably a good ambient song. I need some kind of music or I'm gonna go crazy. Yes, this is padding way. Oh my god. It's all their fault. This woman's doing better than you. Okay, I'm gonna read that one out loud. That's actually funny. How might I help you? Oh my, what a lovely idea. I too noticed that people becoming rather tense, so I rushed to pluck some fresh, fragrant tea leaves. Now I need to track down 100 or so cups, but don't worry, I can manage. I hope my plan to cheer everyone up goes as well. This woman's doing better than you are! Lol. Hi, Dream Whisperer. I must go kill Mr. Red. This is one of the many songs of the Eversong Forest. Actually, you know what? Hang on, hang on. There's a specific zone in Warcraft that is like my favorite zone music in Warcraft. If you'll forgive my indulgence. God, we're just barely halfway through this stupid thing. No, this quest is totally the wrong... here it is. The Ranjit. Rewind. Even though it's a zone that has nothing to do with anything, for some reason, this is always the song I associate home. I'm not even sure why, it just is. Seems to be handling it well. Uh-oh, I've started to loop. I'm running out of places I haven't been to. See, I started up there. This is the Frostfire Ridge from Warlords of Draenor. Sorry, I should have made that a guessing game. I apologize. Well, Mr. Red has killed me. Or his grandfather, no less. Or grandmother, excuse me. Many flaws WoW has, music has never been on that list. It's funny, they've actually had a series of composers over the years, too. I was saying, there's at least 2 areas... Oh, yep. I want to check, and one is in the middle here, which I haven't properly covered. One more. This is the best part. I'm missing one. I hope it's this person. It might not be. It would be unfortunate to inflict this ban on the Labyrinthos, is what that said. Over the plaza. I can only imagine you mean that person, which I've already talked to. That one, right there. You know one thing I do like about WoW's zone music? If you'll forgive me for talking about WoW for just a second. There's 2 types of WoW zone music, but they're both really good. Epic and... I don't know what else to call it. Environmental. What's really funny is this zone, the Frostfire Ridge, is actually both. Like, here, just listen for a sec. You see what I mean, right? Speaking of which, just random thing. Something that many people, a surprisingly large number of people, have expressed interest in is me doing completely non-professional music analyses during Lore Week. Thoughts? Pretty much exactly like I did with the Pixel remasters, but instead of a comparison, just going down the list and listening to the music and talking about it. Alright, so let's do an alley check. I thought I did an alley check already. Oh, for God's sakes, if it's this guy, I'm gonna laugh. Nope. Okay. I'm afraid that would not work out, Mr. Red, for fairly obvious reasons. I don't think I checked up here's alleyway yet. I might be wrong. No, I did, because I got... That one was the one who was like, I'll help you. It's probably one I just straight up missed. That's what usually happens. For further indulgence while I'm doing this, does anybody want to guess the second zone, my second favorite zone for music in WoW? Obviously, only those of you familiar with WoW can even do this, but any guesses? Hey, I think that's actually our person right there. Everybody guesses the Grizzly Hills. I know a lot of people like Grizzly Hills music, so it makes sense. That is not mine. I'll give you a second to guess. You're just hyperventilating. So, my second favorite... This is another song that sounds like home. How many negatives are we thinking? Guaranteed one. Quest we just did, Pyro. But yes, this is in fact Storm Peaks. Correct. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was loud. It's always so quiet on my end compared to what you hear. I always wonder about that a little bit. Story negatives? No. I'm gonna go with 2 negatives, I think. I think I'll go with 2. Speaking of which. Still playing. Behold, Lore, through thine efforts, word hath sped throughout the Labyrinthos. Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, a 3 negative quest would be Troll Ears. That would be a 3 negative quest. This is not Troll Ears. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should the greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. So far 2, Methkim. Because, yeah, it's, we're approaching the hour range for having to mute the game. Which is just, what? So, okay, hang on. Get that out. Yeah, a longer loop, says Lair.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in... well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Sleeping Way is your pilot?
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Ethereal, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am.
He never hugged Minbrita back. Do you remember that? He never actually did, because he's Uriah J. And then she died.
Knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Lolorita. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Speaking of music negatives. Alright. Lord, be assured I am fine. I am. Full glad am I to see them after so long. Gladder still that I had been in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them before. And thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinthos. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was helping you my check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes. I can go myself, but we don't know whose help she's like to scorn. So, peace. Listen, the forum has to be stupid, okay? Because, I'm sure there's a reason. Oh, what are you doing here? Giving negatives to gameplay. I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Yeah. Is this seriously going to play this whole time? Okay, fine. Back off. Hang on, someone said they like a specific song. And I think I have that song. Let's see if I can find it really quick. It would be in Cataclysm. Cataclysm. Ah! I'm also codifying a lot of my notes, as people checking the document have probably already noticed. Oh, you helped with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that one there. You have my gratitude, but how'd you get involved with this? I suppose I have Thanker to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out this is a base of operations. Those with the final say as to what is included in the manifest end up here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all this at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look. And not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know we're finished. Theopolden's in the corridor. We can report to him. I did, Zach Taff, and I want them executed immediately. The Rachni, I mean. I mean, let's just be honest. We're going to pass 100 pluses to story. That's kind of codified at this point. Past that, we'll see. I've covered a lot of stuff in this, including some of the basic stuff at this point, like voice acting and camera work, so... At this point, the only things that'll garner additional positives will be scenes, and, you know, that's kind of it, effectively. Oh yeah, I should grab this. It never ends, doesn't it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, series 110. No, it got 5 negatives and 13 negatives and 87 negatives and 2 positives and 3 positives. I had to think about that, sorry. 2 positives to story, 3 positives to gameplay. Just a moment, you're Foshinos killed, Jackass's children, are you not? Alpha known Alizé at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since their day in the studio. Remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly it's been some time since we've met. It is good to see you again, wielding your father's new list, no less. You know, parents when they were young, what were they like? Oh, I should like nothing more to regale you, but less, I am supposed to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. You can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Well, your mother kept saying there was this other guy who was just much better at bed. And he's actually secretly your parent. Congratulations! Look, let's just codify it, okay? I'm their biological father. We're good. Everything's good. Move on. I mean, I'm the right species. I've got the hair. And if you think about it, both of them are half of me. If you think about it. You know, one of the scions. I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Yeah, I got something for you. I'm not. It's just a running gag, Cordoon. I was pretty where he had... It's okay, if it's type 1 time travel, I was actually always their parent. Pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, the Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Funny you say that. See, Gigapudding understands. She gets this. I have to write time travel because it's in the Star Trek rewrite. Or, perhaps more accurately, I've already written time travel? Whatever. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers need only be delivered elsewhere, so they should be returning any moment. We return. I'm gonna date her even harder! Without a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have our thanks, and apologies for setting you an errand far below your ambitions. Even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That's quite enough of that, thank you. I was compromising stories of our parents we'd like to hear, to reiterate. So there was this postal... I'll stop. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the name garners such respect in the Charlian family is your family's storied history. That's awful, Cashel. The two of you, whoops, can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard the Mjungkrip's Hope, a lineage few can claim. Whoops! Shoot, I just closed a document on accident. There we go. Document, there we go. I've never thought of it much myself. It's not as though our forefathers founded our nation. They were just there when it happened. Well, you see, Giga Pudding. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why the pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louis Sois looked not to his words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tide was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy that the fall of civilizations, and, made him conclude that eschewing conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis Sois lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet, Jackass could not reconcile Louis Sois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet it made a pariah of his father. Jackass agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Jackass is a cranky old goat, but I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Even so, you must know you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with the kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. Maybe I shouldn't tell them. Or I shouldn't tell him. He's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he has decided what a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter what opposes him. Boy, that sounds familiar. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the end of it, I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for the insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Trying to get in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, how to get back to work. I have to make sure the specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. I can speak again later. Hail, you three. Hey, Garaha. Surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. Better or worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than a single pair of hands, and here you are. Apparently, I am going to go help. Perfect. I am yours, Garaha. As long as this music plays, I will remain yours. I like that quest objective. An unspecified task awaits you. In the event our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the blade scan in my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready for the proverbial hammer to anvil at moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to the furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor, to which I have borrowed the key. Okay. See you when the adamantite arrives. Okay. Pretty sure. Easy way to check. In a moment. Yep, I tuned. Alright. This isn't that long of a journey. This shouldn't be too bad. Oh, what? Did I hear combat? Yes. Yes! Good, good. Let me turn the volume down so I don't hurt anybody's ears. There we go. No ear hurting here. Hopefully. Hopefully a voice-acted cutscene soon so I can write more notes in the frickin' document. Alright, here we go. It's time to kill everything here. Starting with Maverick. So, a large amount of water aspect ether will issue from the vent. I expect this to attract a few elementals. Go kill them. You got this. Uh-oh. Maverick's decided to shoot me. Well, I'm dead. No, Rax, no. Also, I don't like to wait that long. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. I'm ready. I said, surely that's not it. And we're done. That was 20 seconds. Didn't even get to... Okay, whatever. No more Doom music. Everything goes smoothly. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside, either. Oh my god, it's this freaking song! The water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol might have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Screw this song. Since I have you, there's another matter I thought I'd discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. Yeah, I've been to the freaking past! Hang on. There we go. As we've established, refined adamantite is a product of Alleg. Of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as a part of the Allegon's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Just go ahead and execute Colonel Ambassador Udina, Zartef. Of those who would push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. He wanted to travel to the Sea of Stars. He did. He must have had his reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest he retained the memories of his life as an ancient. And we actually already know that he wasn't given those memories until the Allegon Empire was literally dying around him. So, at the end of Amon's life. He only joined the Asians once the Emperor was all dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? It may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality? No! We're nothing like Azem. I don't know what you're talking about. We all know that relative certainty it was with gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alleg that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in our hearts. In facilitating Zande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves of the mire of their own indolence. They like that word, this expansion. Or would have, had Zande not been convinced by his own death that life was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in distant stars. And then they found the Borg. And that went badly. To reach the stars on the wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond. The promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is going on? The Warrior of Light would get absolutely curb-stomped by the Borg. Worse, the Borg would assimilate the Warrior of Light. And that would be bad. Like, really, really, really bad. Yeah, I noticed the quest chain literally goes around. Never went to the middle. Down into that nonsense. But whatever. The Borg wouldn't assimilate Hildebrand. The Borg don't assimilate things that have no purpose. By the way, that's not a joke. The Borg actually have, hello, a long-standing, like, it's the Achilles heel of the Borg that's been built into them by writers who are actually worth a damn. If they look at you and you're beneath them, you have nothing interesting, they leave you alone. They don't care. So they just are like, eh. So yes, Hildebrand is the Kazon of FF14. Yeah, I stand by that. I did thoroughly brief Kokol and refined Adamantite's history. Only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there's little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions I was kicked out for prattling on. I can feel those flames of brazen from here. Glad you found something capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Oh my god, you're right. Magni is also unremarkable. Oh, by the way, that's the actual official Borg designation for something that's not worthy of assimilation. It doesn't really apply the same way, but it's the biggest insult a Borg can ever give you. So, Magni is unremarkable. Did I already? Yeah. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do, only... I hate waiting. Want that adamantite, I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting's about unbearable. Pity the forum frowns and recreational explosions. Well, as long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I got mistakes to make. Okay. I guess I'll go return to the key to the reactor. Have one or more look in on to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm sure there's better uses for your time. You'd be surprised how worthless my time is. Are we still there? We're approaching the 2-hour mark. Good God. That's... okay. In this world, what will be a threat to the Borg? Depends. There's a long-standing, I don't want to say argument, but more like debate of how much the Borg interact with magic and vice versa, because there is no magic in Star Trek. So, the long and the short of it is, can the Borg analyze and look into magic? Can they assimilate and or adapt to magic? If the answer is yes, if the answer is no, well then that changes things. But if the Borg can assimilate or adapt to magic, nothing in this setting could withstand the Borg. They're the Borg.
All set, I take it?
By the way, this is actually slowly becoming my favorite song in Endwalker. The boss music is another good one.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Also, my favorite scene so far played during this song, while we're on the subject.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Did you see the...
Surely, these can't all be.
the ship? Really?
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
I can't remember that guy's name, but yeah, the Void Ark.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
I was gonna say, I've done everything except Eureka. So...
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Have they always pronounced it Kugane?
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
I'm just making sure, because, like, we've already had plenty of pronunciation irritations this entire expansion. So I'm like, oh god, I've been calling it Kugane this entire time. I swear they've called it that out loud.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Thanks for not being a dick, Ramza.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Well, see, the actual final boss...
This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
That laugh.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. Ere we even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Chameleons.
Okay, that's funny.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
That credit card. Except it'll be Levier credit card. It doesn't really quite roll off the tongue.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Oh my god, I'm the sugar baby. Whatever.
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Where the hell have you been? Also, hi, Alpha.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
I don't know what... Our brains went away.
You brought the team. Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlid before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite from Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
What is the range on that eye? Jesus.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. you will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
Question from the back.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Dun dun dun. The evil one.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship.
The stupid one.
Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
You disowned them. Sorry. They're my kids now, okay?
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause,
'Twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano.
Well, we also kind of saw him in the coils, but you know what? This is fine.
As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today.
Even Omega. Sorry. I forget the acronym.
In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
That's right, Omega.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Thank you, Graha.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Me? Let's mosey. I noticed that. Yeah, our theme. Damn it, Brigman. No! I'm busy. Silva isn't here. Alright, so.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. As we are to meet him in Emporia when we're ready, given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious what your others entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived at the Adamantite have offered to stay and see those remaining tasks be done. The Forum has already asked my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Totaro. We're off to Emporia, then. So, I did give that scene 4 positives, but I should probably mention that none of them were for Jackass, who I continue to call that, because he's a jackass. Let me phrase this a little bit differently. I like that being a first step. What's going to really matter is how they follow through on this. Because he is a jackass, and he's been a bad father for years. Yeah, exactly. He rose up from negative to neutral. That's where that's at. I'm not saying he can't eventually be a positive. Lord knows it's happened before. In this expansion. But, yeah. I mean, Euless. And by the way, thank you for helping to police me on the document. Part of the problem is I keep notes, but I don't always delete my notes. So the general process I have is if I have a note, it means I haven't given that a positive yet. So if I duplicate positives, that's why. So thank you for secretarying me through that. Several people in chat have caught me on a few things. There should be no duplicate positives, let's put that simply. I will always label a duplicate, or an additional positive, with either the ... or the X2 thing. Hi, Evo. So, I have a theory, and that's all I'm going to say right now. I'm literally just going to say I have a theory. Because if I'm right, I'm going to be proven right in a few minutes. I have given 2, I think? Generic music positives? Yes, just 2, and I stand by that. We're only at 2 right now. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Bob. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek without into the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. Actually, I technically gave 0 positives to that scene, which is kind of on purpose. I need to think about that. Or rewatch it, which obviously I'm going to do off camera. I'm in a weird place with that cutscene, and I need to figure out the hows and the whys of it. So I'm going to rewatch it at some point. That being said, if I'm right... Well, we'll get to it in a minute. If I'm right. I'll know if I'm right or wrong very soon. So what... Oh my god, it's a... I can't remember what they're called. What's the thing in the Xeno series? Okay, no, that's a ship. Never mind. What are those things in the Xeno series, though? It's a consistent name for, like, the things that extra-dimensionalize. I bid you welcome to Thaumazein. I think it is Thaumazein. Yeah, it's probably the thing from the title screen, if I were to guess. Zohars. That's them. It's a Zohar! Direct your attention towards the center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. Yeah, I've been waiting for however long it's been since that title screen first showed up to see what that ship would actually look like in-game. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturized magics have been applied to its interior to ensure its thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but shall reattach soon enough. I have received word from Kokol that several rallies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time just speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. That's funny, Rax! Point taken, let's move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of the device, to treat with her is no simple feat. Yeah, about that. I want to see a full shot of that at some point. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope she also knows the current location of Medion. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. It would seem enchantments most advanced have been woven upon the ship's very bones. Wolfson and Blowita. I can't do pronunciations. Were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Allagons who first combined the mechanical and etherical sciences into a revolutionary discipline, Magitech. Given that the ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in that precise vein, Allagon salvage should suit it well. I doubt this is what Erenville meant when he said there remains much we don't know, but I still can't believe anything that was hidden beneath the entire city this time. If meeting Hydaelyn proves more difficult even for the Forum, perhaps I... Oh, 'tis an uninformed idea at this phase. I'll inform you if anything comes of it. To think how many generations labored for this end, that we might aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Hydaelyn no matter the cost. I can imagine the zeal with which they've worked in the ether burner, and I can say I'm glad we have something to do other than to get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it the ship is put to good use. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? I am. To get a helmet. I've got an ether current in this area, which is hysterical if you think about it. Oh, I know that helmet. Gonna immediately glamour that. That's why I recognize this suit. Or at least a recolor of this suit. Her children, one and all. Make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come! Okay. Okay, I misread this for just a second. I thought this character's name was Dissidia. It's actually Didissa. There we go. How we get there? This way. I mean, that's an extraordinarily small ship, but still tends to go in the direction of Star Destroyer design. A design I am rather fond of, as I have been very vocal about many times. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, I know what to do. Aw. As a means of communing with the heart of the star, 'tis disappointingly mechanical in design. It's a frickin' elevator. I don't think there's anything worth worrying over. Not for Hydaelyn's champion, at any rate. Yeah, I'd like to say she and I became friends, but it's also been a really long time for her, and probably about a day for me. Am I the one feeling terribly nervous? I must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. The ether is more brilliant than I've ever seen. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous, unless one is afraid of lifts. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. should hope Master Jackass has more to share, ere sending anyone tumbling into the Ethereal Sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane, which we refer to as the Ethereal Sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal sea are one and the same, thus the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in the Faumbazane. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. That can be pronounced in so many different ways. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it's been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have dared, beyond the Idoscope. The Tidoscope, excuse me. Even so, I make no guarantee you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the Ethereal Sea. We understand, but for to live in the world, we have no choice but to try. Interesting. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Tidoscope ocular lens, by which we may peer into the Ethereal Sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent they can unravel your soul. If we determine you're at risk of coming into contact with the pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remains here to assist in the assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increasing probability we will extract you too early or too late. To my knowledge, we don't really know yet why the Na wanted the moon evacuation plan. I have a feeling we're going to find out in like 20 minutes here. I have thought about this much, and in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. There's no time to have a wink-link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the matter that Master Jackass laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? Duh. I can think of none I'd trust more, compared to all the effort you put in keeping us alive while our souls were in the first. Preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. How do you keep finding me? You flatter me, but rest assured I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. One more thing. Those in ages past referred to the Ethereal Sea as our underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on the ethereal tides. Some theorize they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. So, am I right? I mean, don't answer in chat, but... Yep. I was super right. So, I was getting a vibe. There's very few times the game has surprised me with a dungeon or a raid. I did want to go to the afterlife. I'm gonna re-roll that. Okay, that's a better number. Vanaspati surprised me, yes. Ugh. The dungeon in Elpis, which I can't remember the name of right now, didn't surprise me. Who was accompanying me surprised me. But that's mostly my fault. My mind was elsewhere. That's it, Hyperborea. Thesis. Alright, so that's a bunch of people on. What do we got? Anybody actually get it? Okay, so Zero's in for being one off. And Rax is definitely not in because he sucks. No, actually, I think Rax would be... Hang on. Reggie's disqualified for picking the wrong number. Yeah, I think it's going to be Zero, Rax, and Mr. Red, if I'm reading that correctly. So let's grab some invites. I'm going to AFK very briefly before we start, though. So it's Rax, Mr. Red, and Zero. I will be tanking. Of course. I will be right back, though. Alright, what's the issue? What's the issue here? Yeah, Lore is tanking. That's Okay. Okay. Do I have geared good enough? I should. I've been uploading unlocking things as I go. Yeah, no. I'm good. I'm actually below the item sync, but that's okay. Yeah, emergency QA. That's actually a good idea. We've had our question queue is gargantuan. Have I ever played the Forgotten City Skyrim mod? No. Can a death just for shock value work? Probably not, but I hate to say no. But generally speaking, if you're just doing a death for shock value and nothing else, then you're probably doing it wrong, and it's probably going to be bad. Have you ever read the Vampiric Earth series? No. Thoughts on Kyrie and Schools Academies? They're evil. Does WoW still its bags thing? Don't know what that means. That's from you about Valkenstein. If they implement a Chronotrigger crossover alliance, what 3 points would you have focus on for the raids? I've actually answered that one already. Is a bread between two breads a sandwich? Yes. You are now forced to eat Archon loaf every day for the next month as your meal. What do you use as filling and drink to make this month bearable? Arsenic. So this situation is similar to End of 13-2. Hang on. Let's just delete a bunch of these. Do you think the jailer was poor concept or poor execution? Yes, but the thing is, the jailer as an idea can work. It just didn't work. If I had to write the jailer into FF14, how would I do it? Oh my god. I'm not sure. I've actually never thought about it. I admittedly dislike the unforeshadowed they were behind it all along trope. And I stress the way I say that. The foreshadowed they were behind it all along trope doesn't bug me, because it's foreshadowed. They did their due diligence, so to speak, right? But if you just decide, hang on, let's introduce this new character that we didn't know, that we, the writers, didn't know existed until yesterday, that's been behind everything, which is what the jailer is, by the way, then you got a problem. And I don't think that should happen in FF14. So, if you put a gun to my head, I'd default to my Terran's idea I've already mentioned. Let's see here. Does your measure of sapience and sentience require emotion? No. How would you review a MOBA? I actually already answered that. What's my favorite sandwich filling? Mustard. Is the Force in Star Wars genetic? Yes. Do you like it that way? No. What do you think, hang on. What do you think of the lair action in D&D? It's a very cool concept, actually. But what you asked is a specific lair action. Every round, all creatures in combat randomly have their locations shuffled. That's actually an even cooler concept, especially if it happens once per the top, right? It would force certain players to readjust in certain ways and monsters to adjust in certain ways. However, it would also be very easy to screw up, so it would depend on party makeup. For example, if I have a party entirely of mages and an archer, then I probably would not force that on my players because A, it's kind of pointless, and B, it doesn't really change anything. Remember, a mechanic that doesn't do anything isn't a mechanic, it's a waste of time. Finally bought FF... Oh, I already answered that one. I've actually answered a lot of these, because a lot of these were just one word or one sentence answers. I've answered a lot of these. Holy crap. Alex asks, what do you think would make more effective healing magic? White magic or time magic? So in my setting, there's actually both. To explain that very simply, time magic... Oh, we're good. Time magic is reversion, is actually what I call it, reversion magic. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It reverts you to a specific state. The catch with that is it can only revert you to a state you've already been. In other words, time magic can never heal a genetic abnormality you are born with, because it was always there. That's where white magic steps in. White magic changes, whereas reversion magic reverts. I should have ready checked first, I'm sorry. So, which is more effective? I like to think that reversion magic is easier to do, but harder to do precisely. That looks cool. And white magic is much harder to do, but has much more impact. You can heal so much more with white magic. I answered that. God, these are several days ago questions at this point. What is the best rendition of One Winged Angel? Advent Children. Or mine. I have a song I call The Lord of Destruction, which is a take on it. Give me just a second to... Yeah, no, that tracks. Interesting.
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me?
Oh, yes, it does. WoW's... So, we've talked...
Pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
We've talked about spaghetti code. One of the spaghetti codes that's actually been plaguing WoW for literally over a decade is the way they decided to code inventory. I'm not going to bore you with it. I actually do know quite a bit about the specifics of how they code inventory. But the long and the short of it is they anchored it to things which they effectively can't undo without overhauling items. Like, across the board. So, they haven't. They haven't sat down and decided to go ahead and redo how they code items. And I don't really blame them on that. So what they've been doing is, bit by bit, they've been coming up with band-aids in order to try and fix this. Now, they've actually been doing a good job of this, if I might be so bold. I've actually talked before about how you've got, like, your crafter item in your bank, which you can just dump stuff in with a button press. And you've got your bank, which is huge, and you got your guild bank. And because one of the reasons they added the transmog system rather than a transmog inventory is to make it so you don't have to hold on to those items. You could just dump them because they're flagged for your account now forever. No need to hold them in the inventory. And so some good stuff has come out of that problem. Which is good, because, again, it's probably never actually getting fixed. And if you want a super simple explanation for how the itemization works in WoW, it's very simple. It's based off of Warcraft 3's. And with all the problems that implies. So... Anyways. I do like the music, and I like the music in the last dungeon a little better, but the last dungeon was kind of a highlight. And no, not just because of who was with me in it. That was probably some of the best boss design I've seen this expansion. In a zone that was brilliant visually and audibly, and, yeah. And, it was top end, but just because it's not the top end doesn't mean it's not good. I'm liking this so far. And yes, the WoW engine, the original WoW engine, is based off of the Warcraft 3 engine. It's not actually the Warcraft 3 engine, that's a common misconception. But it is based off of it, which is almost as bad. What is this over here? Oh, I can't go over there. Rivalry and cynicism. Interesting. They have updated the engine 3 times that I'm aware of. I think they've actually done it another time. But I'm not as familiar with the behind-the-scenes post-Legion. But they did an engine update in Kata, in Pandaria, and in Warlords. And yes, that's 3 expansions back-to-back, if you're paying attention. But it was to very good effect, if I might be so bold. The biggest change they made in Pandaria, and this is a huge change, was they changed... how large a texture can be, basically. The engine was capable of taking larger files as textures, which means they could do a lot more with textures in general. And you might be thinking, oh, higher resolution textures, and you'd be absolutely right. But in addition to that, it also means they can do more layered textures, so they can have... remember how Graha was kind of turning crystallized in this game? They could have multiple layers to those textures and just have them in the texture file for that thing because they have so much more size they can work with, and then they just change the pointers. And so they could do that on the fly. I am not going to acknowledge who I'm fighting here. Because... reasons. Yeah, no kidding, Rex. You have too much health. Kill this jackass! Yeah, come here. Okay, that's not what I was expecting to see. Alright, let's start getting some buttons then. I mean, arrogance fits. That is an enormous amount of HP. What the crap? Okay. Let's just say, someone hit that thing. Well, whatever that was, it's gone. Will never come again. What text? I didn't see it. I didn't see it! Must have been on the map. Wait, which boss number 1? Okay. Livia the Undeterred. You cannot take this from me, never will I surrender my devotion or my love. Right button. You've done something new with your hair, Olivia. Also, Gaia's moved on from you. Just so you know. In fact, I don't even remember you exist. Yeah, I noticed it. Forgive me for not pointing out every spell name, because an enormous amount of spell names in the entire game have been significant. Especially as we were fighting the blasphemies. For example. Reading this out loud. Here's frustration again. Whoops. My fault. That's wasn't even looking. Also, the line of dialogue there was, not again, I will never again yield to you. Delicious liquefied carbuncles. My Lord Gaius, thunk. Healing!
Ether. It will guide you.
Well, I guess. I enjoyed that boss, gameplay-wise.
It's too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
FF9 reference. Kind of, literally, it looks like. I mean, look at this. This is practically Crystal Memoria in all but name. That's not a complaint, by the way. I always liked the concept. Yeah, no, I like that boss. I'm gonna give it a positive. Pay attention. Sorry, Arax. Making your life harder. I'm gonna make it even harder now by completely AFKing. Alright, let's see here. Lydia. And I'm back from being... And these things aren't dead yet? Ugh. Worst DPS ever. Listen, Rax. All I'm saying is that you're the best healer ever. Okay, that's not true. I don't want to lie to you. And I'm a terrible liar. But, you're doing good. That's a terrifying vision. These are sinking partialities, and there's an Archon's memory there. The right to hell Lorwyn wasn't lies, though. It was a story. Fan story, but story. Well, it's fan fiction, rather. Here we have a rush of... and a rush of familiar delight. The memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. Well, you know what I gotta do now? I got 30 seconds of this nonsense. It's time to make Rax's life a living hell! And hit this button right now. And this button right now. That one. That one. Couple buttons. Couple buttons. In normal circumstances, I would actually call for single targeting here, but I think we got this. Now that I've said that, ugh! One more level and I get my Doom spell up there, double down. One more level. Nope, I'm out. Wait a second. Also, I'm pretty sure Rax just deliberately let me die there, which I accept completely. I kind of expected him to do that. Because, yeah, I was completely out of cooldowns. Cycled them all down, nice and slow. And ran out. Next boss. Any guesses? Really? As my life belonged to the Empire, in death I shall serve. You? You? I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name, because you don't matter that much. This is harder than his trial. Well, I don't know. We did his trial at, you know, Synced. Death, he has finally gained the strength he always lacked. Tentacles on his back! Oh, that's not what I was expecting to happen. Is it at? Okay, it's at. Not that, okay, sure. That's just... Wasn't sure what to make of that one. reminds me of the unicorn back in, what was that? Heavensward? Stormblood? Yeah, I feel like they're going for something. I know they're really trying to push the bookending concept here. We just did Coils of Bahamut narratively, and now we're doing, you know, this stuff, gameplay-wise. Nemesis. Oh, that's an interesting thing to do. I mean, maybe, Alex? Although that bodes ill for what the third boss is going to be in here. We'll find out in a few minutes. Don't tell me, don't tell me. I want to find out when we get there. It's Ranjit! No! God damn it! I knew it! Even in death, I can't escape that jackass. The true jackass. It's actually just Giga Pudding. She's just there dancing, and it's like, alright, you have to now make an outfit that meets her exacting requirements. You have 10 seconds. And I'm like, oh god, I didn't bring any transmog. Oh god, oh god. I just ripped my shirt off, like, here! Ooh! I keep wearing my pants, obviously. I've actually changed what kind of pants I wear, so I've got these long, more comfortable, but actually, like, different material. I'm not going to explain it to you. Point is, like, picture Illidan's pants, except just black instead of stylized. And there you go. And we are now Superman. Patience? I didn't know I was dead. What's Shalbar, Magister? Oh no, it's assuredly a Memoria reference, and I'm fine with it. They flat out said, what happens to the memory when the memory removes itself from the soul, and here we are. Also, yeah, I see what we're going towards over there. Less cohesive the further down we go, but also more crystalline the further down we go. Listen, Giga Pudding. I still haven't had that Giga Pudding. What flavor would it be? I'm picturing like a caramel kind of thing. I don't know. Damn it, it had to be a choker. Of all frickin' things. I mean, I'll take it. Ooh, butterscotch. There we go. Give him a moment. There we go. Come on, come on. Group up, group up. Come here, come here. There you go. That button, so this button. I will say, having not done any of the side stuff, they have definitely fixed the issues I had with the leveling curve in multiple previous expansions. We have been pretty much riding the yellow line this whole time. We're a little ahead of it, but we're not quite at the green line, so... We'll hit 90 soon-ish, and this quest is level 88. This dungeon is 88 too, I think. Was it, Asdamine? Go figure. Which is appropriate because it was borked in multiple previous expansions. I even dinged it for it. I fixed it, so you know. Ooh. Minfilia's Spirit. Huh. Not Minfilia. I wish you were actually a character back in ARR. Well, if this dungeon's 89, then I take back all of my praise. This game sucks. It deserves 15,000 negatives to everything. She's the only spirit that doesn't help. Thanks, Minfilia. Go this way on this linear path. Well, okay. If you insist. Pay a return. No! I mean, Minfilia was helpful because of the Warriors of Light. Does that count? Like, it's kind of proxy helpful, but, you know, she was there. She was involved. You know what I was reminded of that stupid fight with, I don't even remember his stupid name. The Ascian we fought way back. I think it was an ARR, actually. Nebrialis, that's him.
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last. But this is as far as you go.
Really? Like, I didn't believe it at first when I heard the voice, but really? Come on. Okay. Well, time to fight him for a third time. It wasn't rolled. God. No call that this time.
Faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
Stay dead this time.
You will persist in this folly no longer.
I like that telegraph. I do.
The stage is set.
Yeah, seriously. We need to look in on all the other Hermeses, because what the frack? We need to make Sky turbo dead and just be done with this nonsense.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Oh, not this crap again. There's no ice. Oh, there is ice. Nope, that's just a bot. Never mind. There's no ice. There is no ice. That works. Ice.
What a boorish audience you are!
That's one way to get ice. Hang on, it says something about larboard? I wasn't counting Zodiark, but actually now that you say that, yeah, I think I agree, so... Yeah, 4 boss fights with this jackass. So apparently he's the jailer. Equivalent. I mean, oh, he's doing it again. God damn it, asshole. Yeah, I was gonna say, except actually making a character. I've said it before and I've said it again. What they did with the jailer was a flawed premise, but a flawed premise can be made to work. And here we are. Amon is a perfect example of a flawed premise character that is working. What's funny is he's also better than the jailer in one way. He was actually hinted at beforehand. I mean, it's a retcon, let's be clear. Nobody anticipated Amon was going to be this, but at least the character was there, so they backloaded storytelling made that work. Do you even remember the Amon fight? I mean, other than doing it every day for experience. Hey, come on. Stay dead this time.
Lies! All lies!
Also, dang.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
I mean, that was a double pull, Rax, in the interest of fairness. We managed it until right at the end there when I ran out of cooldowns, and that's what happened. Ugh! Do we have to kill Seymour again? God! Action learned. Double down. Another choker offending. Stop giving me chokers offending. What is this nonsense? Ugh. I'd say that's a 2 positive dungeon. Gameplay-wise.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Yeah, we're the only one who met original him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteor?
How would you know that name?
Yeah, I was there.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day. he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emetzelk adrift somewhere in this Ethereal Sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all?
You're an idiot.
We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer. And I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution!
Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that in my career?
That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years.
After years? Oh, sorry.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandaniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arcee?
For some reason, yes, it is.
How very astute. But let me be clear. I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Good. I just washed my hands.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
I mean, I don't like to use the word simp, but this is a simp.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I will do what must be done.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Alright, now you go away.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
Now go away.
You had better hope not.
Swear to God, you bring this guy back, Square Enix, he's gonna be a negative. Just saying.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Yeah, the irony is, I really don't sympathize with Hermes all that much. Not really. I sympathize much less with Amon, who is a much worse person. Oh, it's been a while.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
We meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
What is wrong with your eyes?
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute, where emotion and memory govern all. Ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Ethereal, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
You know, I already beat you once.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
So yeah, between her design and the very obvious boss arena, I figured this was a boss fight. I was trying to figure out why.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Still don't trust her.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
Linguistic choice, even.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years.
You didn't let me answer it.
I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
No, I'd say Garaha is stronger than Astidian. So, do we have more than 8 is the question. Wait, what? Okay. Never mind. Wait, what? Okay. I will admit, that actually surprises me. It's rare this game surprises me. Never in the past, present, or future have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships great and small. Yet as in adversity we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength have the will of the gods been defied and fortunes of men forever changed. May it be so this day. Hell, I even assumed we'd be fighting Heidelin, although I wasn't sure why. Other than symmetry. He's already killed Zodiark. What surprised you hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour, there were those I cared for. Mentors, comrades, that mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Alphino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace since. You're welcome. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept you are worthy of another chance, rise from the ashes while fire burns, bloodied but unbowed. And my friends have made me strong. Ah, it's fine, Von Falkenstein. Pain and despair. Aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's blessed moments in between that I chose to hold in my heart. Memories and possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. Minfilia and Reen, to say nothing of you lot, I know, would never settle for less. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise to grant this planet new life. As its will, long has she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Eidolon's own faith. Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee throw myself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. I mean, itself called us incomplete. Pitiful creatures, he said, and maybe we are. Pain and grief and fear, they walk with us wherever we go. But we proved to him that we deserve to live, and we'll prove it to Eidolon, and to Medion, and to the universe itself we must. If we must. Yeah, nope, that tracks. Well, I guess I can actually say I've been to the afterlife now, too. So I've been to space, the past, and the afterlife. And I'm about to go to the edge of the universe.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove.
I really hope they don't try to one-up themselves in the next expansion. It's a really bad idea, consistently.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
I'm on the way.
A change of arms. May the test continue. You're mine!
Make ready! Prepare yourself! You go!
We're near or far.
You're mine!
I don't recognize that icon.
And now this!
Prepare yourself!
Light unyielding!
You're mine! This will hurt.
By blade!
You underestimate me!
Light unyielding!
Prepare yourself!
By blade! Crystals of light, to me! Here!
You're
song of creation's end. Feel the sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
You cannot stop us!
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Try and stop it!
But this test is far from over. By crystal's light.
Let's give them a show!
You're mine!
Light unyielding!
I will not hold back!
Try and stop it!
Refulgence eternal!
Together we shall overcome this. Be gone!
There. Where near or far. There.
Couldn't see where he was.
Where high or low. By blade!
My turn!
Succumb not to fear!
This will hurt! Not one yet!
I have you now.
My turn! I will not yield!
I fear not today.
Interesting.
We're near or far.
I will not hold back.
And we start over.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. We're near or far. And now this.
This will hurt.
Light unyielding.
I will not hold back.
You're mine! Stop me!
You underestimate me. There. By blade!
The stars shall grant me succor.
Gloves are off.
We're near or far.
This will hurt.
By blade!
I will not hold back.
Hold still! Try and stop me!
Crystals of light, to me.
Together,
Here.
You're mine!
Gloves are
The
off.
song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness. my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. We can't leave. But this test is far from over. By Crystal's light. We're near or far. I have you now.
You cannot stop us!
We're high or low.
Prepare yourself!
I will not hold back.
There!
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
You're mine! Together we shall overcome this.
By blade. Succumb not to fear. At last, man has the strength to.
Alright, that took way too long to do because of some stupidity. You may or may not have noticed I actually took out my headphones so I could focus. I put my music on random. Would anyone like to hear the song that came up for pretty much the middle section of the fight? I'll give you a hint. It's not picking it up. There we go. I'll just talk for a minute. And that should get across which song was playing. By the way, go down in history whether anyone but us to tell the tale. Without we don't finding title stuff. Which is just all one piece. All in a day's work. Yeah, pretty much. I should have just done it here. I literally have my playlist up. So allow me to make this very clear what was playing while I was doing that. This came up. I don't know if you saw my grin. It was really slight. But as soon as it started playing, I was just like, really? Great song, by the way. Anyways. I actually didn't like the boss music, no, but more to the point, anybody who knows me knows that I tend to have a better chance of focusing when I'm listening to my music. This has been a consistent trend in every video game I've played for the last 20 years. And I didn't feel like, you know, failing a second time. Well, I do have a heart of corundum.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask.
Also, this is now 4 mega bosses in a row we have canonically not defeated by ourselves. I'm not sure what I think of that.
By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you.
Still don't trust her, really.
This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse.
And a difference of several millennia.
And unlike Meteon, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether.
Say, I don't know, 1 giant crystal's worth at least.
But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
It has been quite a while.
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the Ethereal Sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vana.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
I think Vana wanted to die. She said as much herself back in the past. She just wasn't ready yet. She wanted to do more. She wasn't done. That's how their whole society worked. And there's nobody here. Sorry. It is fortunate that Jackass kept living way apprised of our progress. We require the Loport's aid more than ever. Yeah, for sure. She was waiting to finish what we started. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has been more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we may hope that Heidelin's wish continue to move the hearts of men, as they set forth time and time again. Far be it from me to refute Heidelin's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, we can yet give them more nobler meaning. We can make her faith the salvation of mankind. Hey, Xenos. There we go. She and Heidelin were two of a kind, weren't they? Full of love for the star and its people, always holding to hope for the future. Bit small for a welcoming party. Yeah, I know, right? But I've never been one for crowds. I'll keep Heidelin's words in my heart as a talisman and lodestone both. She's given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Loports at once, that it does not go to waste. Oh, thank goodness. I never would have forgiven myself if any kid had come to harm. That's fine. What'd you meet Heidelin? How is she? Pass. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls. Deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuation either near the end gave me quite a fright when the world happened. Where do I begin? So there's this woman named Vana, right? And she's been pushing on way too long. But she was finally able to go take a nap, which will hopefully last forever. Because Lord knows she's deserved it. There's no time for our feelings, so we must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal. Fancy navigatory one. Yeah, sure. There you go. To the edge of the universe where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. I really hate to keep bringing this up, but this is the only option. Everyone keeps talking like fleeing is a choice. Like, in-universe. Has it not occurred to any of them in character that it will not work? Words... We are. Words... Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. Yeah, exactly. There's a cosmic despair entity singing a cosmic level despair wave. Yeah, even Heidelin was like, you should flee, and it's like, it's not an option! At best, it would be kicking the can down the road a bit, which, let's be honest, there is actually a validity to that. Sometimes kicking the can down the road means giving you a chance to, you know, deal with it. You know, you band-aid it so that you can come up with a real solution. But still, it's not a solution. It's a delay. Anyways, I know it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the Great Expanse, the Moon and Sharlayan's Ark. I'm well too aware that without both of them there will be no accidents, but I nevertheless beg you honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I would not rescind it even if I wanted to. I mean, you did just kill a god. Again. As it happens, I do not, and would do with all of my power to aid your cause. Yeah, redoing Zodiark would quite literally be a better option than fleeing. And imagine how liable that is to even succeed. Proving oneself to Heidelin's never easy, and despite her unparalleled genius, we need a day to make the necessary calculations. Oh my god, you can calculate an interstellar route in a day. Can I just plug you into my ship? Holy crap. You can chart a... Yeah, thank you, Garaha! You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Holy crap! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air and perhaps a nap? Well, maybe not all of it, if I'm word. You know. A couple people will be left alive. Where am I going? Okay. I mean, even in Star Wars, where they can map out routes in a few minutes or seconds, that's mapping out a route in an existing area that's already been mapped out. Like, that's, you know. Heard about your foray into the Ethereal Sea. Are you experiencing any after effects? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Yeah, my soul hurts. Have a pleasant sleep. If you experience any unusual phenomena, let me know. It'll be fine, Alex. Just tomorrow. Or Sunday. Don't worry, we will be streaming FF14 tomorrow, as per usual. And now we play Mario Brothers 2.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are. drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
It's Hythlodaeus. The voice actor gives it away. Yeah, you need a feat to do that in D&D, Evo. You never sleep with the glasses on. That's terrible. I see that in movies occasionally. I'm just like, ah, why? Why would you do that? A great many of the helping hands that deliver the adamantite are still here in Charlian, and I, for one, couldn't be happier. Between the ether burner to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, and meals to be prepared, we need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Emmy has been doing his part, albeit at a snail's pace. Still, it's a thought that counts, but a bit more effort wouldn't go amiss. Lore, I trust you've had a... Yeah, I can't even sleep with headphones in. Glasses? An envoy of Master Jackass arrived not long ago with a message. The Labyrinthos have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. Okay. Alright, everyone. We need to gather at the Rostra. But not you, Giga Pudding. You need to gather in the Rostra. Which, what I'm trying to say is we're going to eat you because you're a pig. So, I'm sure you'll be very delicious. I can eat people whenever I want to, Reggie. I just killed God. Twice. In the same expansion. Sir, why are you eating people? Look, I've been to space. Oh, carry on then. Not really, Scion, but I'm not much of a shipper, to be honest. If they ended up together, more power to them. It would certainly be better than his fixation on what's-her-face. If you have no reason for the assembly, you'd better ask Master Livio. While the forum is not here in its entirety to brood and glare at us, Master Barnier's presence is more than enough to put me on edge. Not feeling any ill effects from the afterlife, are you? After playing test subject with those new Aetherites, even the mention of ether sickness makes me feel a little queasy. How did you sleep? I mean, I should hope. It's likely the last opportunity we'll have for rest for quite some time. I probably could have done with a few more winks myself. Well, Zero just killed him. The thought of what's to come was keeping me awake, you see, so I thought I'd do a research, hoping I might eventually feel weary enough to doze off. And then it was morning. No need to scold me, I already regret it. And I'll probably feel the regret more keenly as the day wears on. Yeah, I know, that timing was perfect. Heidelin, the heart of the star, is gone, yet on the morrow the sun will rise and life will go on. But, I mean, assuming we stop Medion, yes. When I look upon Charlian and its idyllic surroundings, there are moments when her absence feels unreal. As do the final days. Would that it were so. Since the final days first manifested, we've been tested as never before. Even more in your case. Nevertheless, our work is far from over. We cannot afford to falter now when the end is in sight. I fear our recent travails in the Labyrinthos and Ethereal Sea have taken their toll on my mind. For last night, I received a visitor in my dreams, Moonbrita. A vision not of the woman she was, but the woman she would have become. Cough, cough. What took you so long? We have much to discuss and scant time to do it. I was sleeping! It's apparently the Loppers managed to find Medion out there hidden on the stars. The sheer distances involved are mind-boggling. Yeah, I don't know if you people understand the concept of light years. What's a light year? It's how long it takes. It's the distance that light travels in a year. Oh. Before coming, I thought to inquire after our comrades abroad. It seems the effects of the final days have been observed further and further north of Garlemald. For a blessing, the regions are largely uninhabited, but in any event, we mustn't interpret this as geographical spread. There's no telling where in the world this phenomenon will strike next, unfortunately. If light's not instant? Well... about that. Space is big, yo. And I've been to it. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Labyrinthos have deduced the location of Medion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Yes, the warrior of FTL. There's a game I'd play. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. Your galaxy has an edge? I mean, ours kind of does. But you're describing it like your universe has an edge. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed, how are we to reach it? Excellent question. Lucky for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad of other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate the Hyper Hopper with your Ether Burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump to the edge of the universe in no time. Yes, the Ether Burner. I mean, it's a Hyper Hopper. An Ether Burner makes sense. Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Lawprit's proposal, the Forum was faced with grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and resettle another planet. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. Probably what you've been doing last night while I was sleeping. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome the crisis, and you killed her. The Great Exodus was, after all, the plan of her own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we would seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this planet. That's why we have chosen to put our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of the people of what of all the people who labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. Do not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds of the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporrits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Ethereus and her people? If it means your survival, we'd do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Medion. Or else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? In a day! But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Ethereus until you brought us here, Oriange. And now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? I haven't had a burger yet! I want to try a burger! A carrot burger! Those are a real thing, by the way. Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scion, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You know... I don't know. I was thinking about just falling over and dying. Just jumping on my sword. We're going to avert the final days. We're going to stop this at its source. Like we always do. Like we did with frickin' Tower of Babel. We could run around hitting all the towers, or we could go to the source of the problem. And thank goodness we did. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The law... Actually, that would be really funny. Alright, I guess I'll fall on my sword. Tink! And we're just leaning on our sword. And it's not penetrating. It's just holding us up like a cane. And we're just there like... Whatever. The Labyrinthos will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it'll take some time before the work is complete. Idle it! For now, pray take your ease. Didn't I just... Okay. It would seem there's not but do but rest and prepare. Rest? Oh, like there's more... The rest of the work we need to go do? You got it. Just point me in the direction of the work. I got this. I got this. There's much to be done before the ark can be made ready for your voyage. Would that I could afford time to speak with Alphino and Elise. Alas, I can but pray they find a moment of quiet calm before the journey to come. And delicious, delicious pork. Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't need to worry about lending a hand with the Hyper Hopper. We have more than enough help. Go relax while you can. Alright, new members of the forum, I hereby petition that pork be made a new national food. All in favor? Okay, show of hands, show of hands. Hang on, hang on. We also need to make vegan pork. Hang on, now I'm curious. Vegan pork. Let's just look this up. What do we got here? I know impossible meat is a thing, but I don't know if they have a pork variant. Apparently, a specific flavoring to soy is common as well. Yeah, tofu, essentially. So there you go. Okay. We'll make an addendum. Pork and pork-flavored tofu. There you go. Boom. We got this. So, I don't know if you noticed, by the way, while we're on the subject of reviewing the game that I'm streaming, I can now talk about this class at 90, because I just had a hell of an experience with it. I'm not going to, because we're not reviewing the classes in this expansion, but I do want to talk about it briefly. It's interesting because what they've done is they've kind of affixed new stuff to existing rotations, which is good. It's things they've done with several classes. As weird as it may sound, it feels like there's one additional step they could add, which they will probably do in the next expansion. You can go ahead and quote me on this. Because the way it works is you've got your normal cycle, which on mine is 1GF, and that gets that generates a cartridge and gets some buffs going on and all the other some fun stuff. But then you could spend a cartridge on the continuation thing. You could spend one on the burst strike thing. You also got double down, which is awesome. And of course, Bath Blast Stone, and a bunch of other stuff. But the thing, it feels like Fated Circle should have a follow-through, based on how they're designing the class. Instead, our AoE is actually relatively limited. We've got that, we've got that, we've got that, and we've got that. I know, 4 buttons doesn't sound like limiting, but that's a big cooldown. In fact, that's a minute cooldown. These are just 2 buttons that we just go back and forth on, and that one is a spender. So yeah, that's why I'm thinking, I feel like at 100, or on the way to 100, adding another step or another layer to the Fated Circle cycle would fit the format of how they've been designing Gunbreaker so far. I will also mention that Gunbreaker is freaking awesome, because, I don't know if you saw how frenetic it was during that fight, but there's literally not even 1 second of time where there's downtime, which I actually really enjoy in a class. There's no waiting for the energy bar to refill. There's no trying to line up a cooldown or staring at a cast bar. It's just go, go, go. And all the timers and cooldowns are very neatly designed if you pay attention, especially in the long term. Because, yeah, you actually may have not noticed, my rotation did drift about 2 seconds over the course of that fight, because I wasn't really trying to be optimal about it. But I noticed it as I was going through it, because it all lines in with itself a little bit too neatly. So, anyways. Obviously, I'm not reviewing Gunbreak right now, but it's totally awesome. All right, so. Oh, hang on. We gotta have this. No! Set Slayer! Well, new petition. Instead of having pork, I vote we make rabbit the new official food of the forum. All in favor? I do feel that Gunbreaker, legitimately, like, the designer in me thinks that there are several tidbits that could be tweaked. Actually, I've never had rabbit in real life, no. Several of my family members have, but I have not. I feel like changing a couple of cooldowns very slightly, I mean, literally like a second or two in one direction or the other, might actually help with some of the drift issues and some of the DPS burst focus windows. But all of that is nitty-gritty. It's refinement, you know what I mean? And it wouldn't even be surprising to me if there's a little bit of refinement over the patches over the next couple, the rest of the expansion. Because they tend to do that. Anyways, where am I going? I'm going over here. Nope, I'm going outside. I'm out! No bunny for me. Wait a minute, Giga Pudding was a bunny all along? I guess no matter what, I'm eating Giga Pudding. Sorry. Whipped cream, please. They bid us rest, but as much as I'd rather find something productive to do. Oh, you know what? Duh. Why am I saying whipped cream? I need pudding to eat Giga Pudding. Marshmallow flavor? Feels like it would work with that. You mentioned vanilla chocolate, and I do like vanilla chocolate. It's a good combo. Giga Pudding Way. Oh, we've got Pudding Way. Giga Pudding Way is just better. I suppose now is as good a time as any to home my lance. Not that I've ever found it dull. Still, it eases my mind on the eve of battle. I should go do the roll quest. Perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. What? Oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with your time before this. The Forum hath placed the fate of mankind in our hands. We must not betray that faith. Wait, is Giga Pudding the primal, or is Pudding Way the primal? I should very much like to speak to the Labyrinthos once their work is complete. 'Tis plain Hydaelyn has entrusted them with a great deal of knowledge, and I suspect there is more they could teach us. A rare opportunity to rest. I say we make the most of it. In all honesty, I didn't think the Forum would approve this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. Well, yeah, what's the numbers? What's the vote? Oh my god, Giga Pudding has created the perfect... You're the creator of the Menades. In all honesty, I didn't think the Forum would approve this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. I dare say, though, Master Jackass's impassioned recounting of your audience with Hydaelyn helped sway the vote. He has a way with words, after all. Where do you think Galfino got it from? I wasn't expecting to have time on our hands. What do we do? I'm going to the first. Home. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Yeah, this is a scene that FF7 honestly didn't really pull off all that well. I still appreciate it, because it's a good scene between Cloud and Tifa. But, you know the scene, right? It remains difficult to conceive of when or one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. That's a good question. Hey everyone, what does your Warrior of Light do to relax? Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and to Taro. If all goes according to plan, we'll be back here before you know it. So I hope so. Real answer. Real answer. I'll give you my real answer, too. Because there's something I used to do to relax that I haven't been able to do in 28-ish years. Yes, that's right. I haven't relaxed in 28 years. Shut up. Meeting's over, is it? You've been there for so long I started to worry. What'd they have to say? The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Surprise! The next expansion is actually in the edge of creation. Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the annex, right? So, what I used to do is I used to plot out basically an area. Usually on the beach. Almost always on the beach. And I would sit, roam, listen, watch, wander. Yeah, just meander through it. Never for too long, obviously, but that was my relaxation time. I love the ocean, and I love the wind, and I haven't been able to experience both in a very long time. Not really. Right. I'm not playing Borderlands 3. I recognize that outfit. Welcome to Tataru's Boutique! I've always done the best to make the science with a fashionable attire, but in your case, I'll make an extra effort to make the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you'd need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. So, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I've created my career-defining masterpiece. Then inspiration struck. I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. So, I'm setting up shop in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge for any of you for any more work. Perish the thought. Varsadu. Varsarud. How are things coming along? Everything's in order, Mistress Tatara. We'll be open shortly. I need to empty my bags at some point. I've got a bunch of junk lying around. I'm sorry, last thing she said was, "This is why I brought you here, to our very first patron. Mind standing here a moment longer?" Yeah, of course. If Rax get out of the way, jeez. The following events cannot be skipped. Oh, yeah, it's one of these. I'm not good with names, and I can't see her, Alex. I'm going to go with no for right now. And don't mistake me, Evo. I have enjoyed myself in the last 28 years. Just, you know, relaxation is different. Oh, hey, Vitra. I would imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Ether Bunner. The Simulacra, too, will stay in Charlian while I oversee matters at Radzathan. It's a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days, or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for following your artisans to work with me at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives, which is very important right now. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Radzathan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how our new employees are settling in, to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. Can't wait to see what kind of wonders we'll come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tatara. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then I finally understood why my father called this planet the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. Yeah, I called that forever ago. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey into the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. By which I mean planet. I would love to visit Radzahan again when this is all over. And we would be honored to receive you. There's still much you have yet to see. Yeah, I need to get my ether currents and I need to do my side quests. How long do you think it's going to take us to do all the optional stuff, by the way? Because we have to do the studium, we have to do side quests, and I think it's actually it. I don't know if there's any optional dungeons. Are there any optional dungeons? I'll just ask straight up. I know there's no... Well, I know the raid isn't being considered. Okay, so 2 dungeons. That won't take long. It never does. So 2 dungeons, studium stuff, and side quests, which we will try to do on camera. No, we've pushed raiding stuff out to the Patchwalker stuff, which will probably not happen for a while. Exactly, Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? 6.1 will be after all of that. Emmy, what are you doing here? Well, okay. Let me walk that back. The current plan is to do 6.1 after the optional stuff. If certain people who know how to interact with me insist that I hurry up with 6.1, either for their sakes, mine, or both, we can shove 6.1 forwards. I don't really care that much. Lower, old boy, what are you doing here? No, Lunarith. So the way we're doing it is there's vanilla stuff, which does not include raids, and does not include, I guess that's it, raids at all, whatsoever. So then we have, well, you can't decide yet, Rex, because you're going to see it before I do. So we got main stuff, that's the expansion. And then we've got patch stuff, that's at the very end. And then we've got individual patches, and that's just the MSQ. In fact, if you, well, okay, obviously it's not on the website anymore, but if you had looked at the website for the one day it was up, it would be it was listed on the website as 6.1 MSQ, to be very specific about it. So that's how we're doing it. Anyways, new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, wardrobe. Yeah, something with a little more flair, perhaps. Fitting a man of my station! Although I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments as long as my confinement continues indefinitely. Hi, the young Lord Fortem insists that so long as there's work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide in Charlian. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. The sex has barely been making up for it. So I suffer for his otherwise unwelcome. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honroy, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came in hopes of finding a nice cafe. Alas, Charlian delicacies are lacking in every respect. I can suggest he try out Archon Love. Aw. The coin says not to torture. What does he say if you say Archon Love? Go try out the last stand. Cafe on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear that appetizing. But if you vouch for their cooking, I'll give it a try. Don't try the Archon Love. Just flip the coin right in front of him. Is that Lauren Tataru I spy? Oh, hey, Hancock. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You say you're returning immediately after dropping off cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander the opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not. I will return straightaway to Kagane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn that crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will return, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. I actually do like this song. Like, I wouldn't call it a favorite because there's just so many other good songs, but I actually do enjoy this song. If you believe in them so devoutly, why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataro, fair enough. There's not more I can do to help the Ark and her heroes for the main voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Pakairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but we'll be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a man of tart tastes, I see. Well, I'm hoping the Labyrinthos will be there, so... Yes, there'll be lemon cakes and much more. The finest delicacies the world and Labyrinthos have to offer. I mean, in fairness, if we save the universe, I think we deserve a meal. Just saying. But let's speak more of this on your return, lest I draw more of Tataro's ire. Yes, next we meet. And yeah, not only do I agree with Lunaruth, but speaking from a music direction perspective, a song that you're going to play frequently, you don't want to be bombastic. It's one of the reasons I don't like the dong, 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 dong song that I hate so much that I'm never listening to it again. That song that just played right now is rather nicely understated. So even though they use it semi-frequently, it's not as problematic because it's just kind of there in the background, right? My favorite Loperite? Probably Growing Way at the moment. I'm also rather fond of Pudding Way, obviously. And Living Way. I'd say those three are probably my favorites. Sid! I mean, Biggs and Wedge is what I meant. Oh, wow. Now, I haven't done Pudding Way's quest yet, Giga Pudding, so I can't speak to that. Wedge, just ask her out, dude. Go! Ask her out before the snow comes in. You see this snow? This is your chances of ever getting with Tataro if you don't man up! It does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlene and Radzid Han have been rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Labyrinthos. The Ark is unlike anything we've had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. Can't wait for you to see it. Yeah, is Sleeping Way our pilot, speaking of which, on the Ark? Never guess who paid a visit before we returned to Charlene. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. I mean, it was the end of everything. Is the end of everything. He was always one to turn up in time of need, so I suppose that's why he decided to join us in Charlene. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. Still hard to believe we have a means of sending you off to the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of everything. Never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on that, not being a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Well, there is that, too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Lore. No matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That I do, my friend. That we do. Also, Tataro totally crushes on you, Wedge. What? Also, Wedge. Or Tataro. Vice versa. It's very kind of you, Tataro. I'm sure they'll be glad to hear it. On that note, Wedge and I should get going. We have a few more supplies to get before we return. Who's the pilot? Do it, Wedge. Do it, Wedge. Do it. Oh, you suck. 50 DKP minus for not saying, hey, Tataro, let's go get a coffee. Or something. And neither of you like coffee. And it's awesome. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. She looks familiar, but I don't place her, Alex. I knew it, Evo. Hang on. No, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarud from Pulikastan. Yeah, no, she was at Garlemald. Yeah, as I say. Taro's 21, Wedge's 22. It's working! It's working! Ah, yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa. And again, when crossing the ice field, was it not? I doubt we exchanged a little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Totaro, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir. But we're here today. We're glad to have contributed to the cause. Yeah, Tataro's just going to end up owning the world. She's going to be Lolorito's actual successor. Contribute they did by making your new garments as durable as possible. We keep your hearts and souls in them. We put our hearts and souls in them. We keep our hearts and... Stop reading so fast, Laura. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every bit of confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. God, so think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends on the way. No, the problem is, Doom Rider, I read too quickly. So I tend to read 2 lines at once, and so I occasionally stumble over it and say out loud the second line after the first line, because my eyes do this. Even when you were swept away to the first, Garahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. That's why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. I'm going to hold you to that, Totaro. Hopefully tomorrow. I don't know how long the end of the game's going to take. Any guesses? Pick up your clothes. They were expertly tailored just for you. Well, time to go get our clothes. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.